Welcome back to Tabletop Cinema. We're picking right where we left off. Picking up from where we left it. We're continuing the MSQ. That is a long break. Had some fun with Tabletop RPG earlier, thanks to our GM. It was a great session. We're having a Theros campaign every Monday. But we're gonna pick up on where we left off in the MSQ for Endwalker. After that amazing sequence of events, let's do it. Hey, Lich Cast, how's it going? 12 a.m.? What is that? Where was he supposed to go? Ah, down there. Seems relaxing, grinding out the fates. I'm gonna sneak in some hours of MSQ prog here. See how far I get. So the timeline is set to rights again. What with the mind-altering Kairos, which hinted at the involvement of the 12 somehow. But Lichcast and other people in the stream pointed out 13 symbols on the Kairos sundial thing. So there's some connection there, I'm pretty sure, in terms of like what Louis Swa did with his ritual of Cartano and everything. It did involve it involved memory alteration as well. But for now, I'm just focusing on like, oh man, it's just so much happened. We're gonna need some time to process all this. Vinod and I are the only ones who remember what went on. What actually happened. So Hermes sent his creation, Demetea, out into space to pose the question to other civilizations out there in the stars. The question of what it means to live. The answer was not entirely what Hermes was hoping for, and this broke him. And our time in this age is drawing to an end. Here we are again, Magpie. I don't know if you heard, but thank you. That is a... Magpie here is the GM of our Theros campaign. Some interesting changes going on, but we'll get there. It's like we've been cooped up in that vault in the game for so long. It feels like forever. And just like this, it's time to return to the world. And nothing will be the same. Much as like that's happening here. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. But it's just really unfortunate, the fate of Hermes, but it does make sense in the timeline. But also reassuring that this is our time. That was the M itself we eventually meet down the line. Our new old friend as well. But this is an interesting wrinkle. Well, an interesting development, which... Well, we return to our time. But I guess Vinod does lose... You know, becoming the heart of a primal, I don't think that always... You're never really your true self, or you don't retain your whole self, I'm assuming. So perhaps something got lost along the way, but there is that kinship we feel with each other still. Hopefully. I mean, Argos is still there. Argos still remembers us. Still not over it. Upon speaking to Venat, several cutscenes once more will play in sequence. Perhaps this will help me refresh my memory of what happened just a few hours ago. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time. Yes, we have sufficient time now. Thank you so much again, Magpie, for extending your subscription. Like, I already want to make it worth it for y'all. We'll get there. But I'm just so glad to be able to share these stories with everyone. I told him, but he's...
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
No matter how many spoiler warnings, some people just are not... They don't really mind spoilers. I promise, I've been trying to turn away people, telling them, wait, if you're experiencing the story, please. But, well, it is what it is. I appreciate your presence either way. Yes. This is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Oh, thought I was gonna have another terrible vision. That was super helpful in developing the relationship with us and Hydaelyn. What a great sequence. That whole quest line in that zone.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of FANTASY.
Is that art time? No, this is Amarok.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Holy crap. Is she gonna do what I think she's gonna do?
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, Or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Wow.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
A lot of parallels to the Bible, actually. In that story.
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. Find the strength to continue when all strength has left you.
This is when he solved the knot.
To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Yeah, that was a song of the ending cinematic, the final day cinematic. Imagine being there at the end of all things.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Wow, to witness the sundering. One after the other, just being hit by all this. Wow. What's pretty interesting is that if Hydaelyn is supposed to be about stasis, the whole thing's constant. In fact, the knot in the heart of Hydaelyn herself is very. This is anything but stasis. You know, constant fight, a constant struggle, fight against despair, the rage against the dying light. It's interesting to just see that. Sorry, the Zodiac, yeah, stasis, and then which, you know, stagnancy, and they repeat it over time and time and again. You know, a lot of the they bring up the Garlean Empire a lot. They brought up all those other civilizations. Stasis, and well, I did mention in the cutscene, it's just very, you know, forgive me for the parallelism. It's just like it's very biblical in proportion now. It's in a positive way, in a sense that, like, whether you believe or not, you know, asking the question about why do we suffer? What's the point of anything? And even to the Hydaelyn's right. I choose to believe in that as well. And it's not only exclusive to Christianity, right? We see it in a lot of the religions about, yeah, especially here. Let's put it here in Radzat Han. The very mantra, was it a mantra that he was quoting from scripture, basically? Matsya. Life is suffering. Life is pain. Accept this. It's great. Yeah, it never really sat well with me. You know, stasis, perfection. In fact, it was interesting as last month or a few months ago, my friends were always having a discussion about eternal life. Like, and looking back at the conversation that we had, we were actually split down the middle. Half of them said, we want to live forever. I was one of them, and it is more not exactly just not because of curiosity or that, but more that it always felt like we had unfinished business. But at the same time, that's also slippery slope. To be able to achieve this perfection, to not die, to feel free to pursue anything you wish, anything you imagined, to make right all your regrets, and that's just not how life is. And it's just a reality that you have to accept. And the fact that our mortality provides us this perspective, it's just also a super difficult decision for Hydaelyn to make. You know, it's like, well, I am more familiar, of course, with the Christian upbringing, and how what I did appreciate with the Jesuits pointing out this, that, you know, God's not gonna bail you out. And a lot of people question, like, why didn't just Jesus free himself? Why didn't he just perform miracles left and right and save people left and right? No. The people have to do the work. To be saved by perfection, to be saved and rely upon a God, to pray upon Zodiac to deliver you to paradise and perfection, that is actual true weakness. And I really appreciated her saying that. And as we saw, the allusions to it, So you pray to your god. Stasis happened. The world is saved. And now with Zodiark unmade, the final days are upon us again. And Hydaelyn here being the messianic figure, just trying to believe in humanity. You know how difficult that is. My friends and I also just watched, upon the recommendation of Magpie actually, The Platform, was that Magpie? It also dealt with themes like this. How, man, it's just a lot to take in. And I just really appreciate the fact that, yeah, you don't ignore the darkness, you don't silence the cries. You learn to fight back against it. Become stronger. Together. Venat says life has meaning because there is death. Yeah. But still, to see her actually do the sundering itself, imagine being in Venat's position to do that, to make that decision, to unleash, you know, definitely a huge part of the universe would cry out against Venat, lament the loss of their perfection, to ask Venat, to ask Hydaelyn, why? Why have you forsaken us? Why have you made us suffer? Did Emet not know? I also really love that thing, by the way. Whether it was a stylistic choice or not, whether he saw Venat or the current Azem, which is me, and it doesn't really matter. It's just the Azems. That moment, just like, I like how they brought that back as well. That moment, you can see just Emmet going, incredulous expression on his face, just amazing. Yeah, so he knows all that, and well, since he's returned to the Ethereal Sea now, he remembers. I'm gonna be processing this for a while, but we're gonna keep playing. But I do understand now how this is just gonna, I already know that this story is gonna stay with me for a long, long while. Well, coincidentally, the quest name is Thou Must Live, Die, and Know. Thou must hear, feel, and think. And this is why I also... Hey, Potato Dialogues. Right? And in that moment, that it probably scratching at the brain of Emmet Selk. Remember how he was saying, I'm never gonna forsake my friends, my people. But in that moment, he had to let Hythlodaeus go. Just imagine that. It's just... But also reassured, having to interact with Hythlodaeus himself and him telling us, I always look to the future. Ever the optimist, ever the believer. In the face of oblivion. Man, these powerful people, it's amazing. Yeah. And hey, it actually worked out. Fandaniel released these people back into the Ethereal Sea. So, thanks, Fandaniel. Well, now they're together. Hermes, Emetzelk, Hythlodaeus. Soon, perhaps. Then not, once she retires. Yeah. It's just... I understand what you were saying, like, it's really... if they were just able to subdue Hermes, he was really, at that moment, he was really, of course, he was really not mentally sound in that moment. And it was... he was acting on, you know, it all came crashing down. That is just the point he broke. So it was really that, just that point, and we just couldn't contain it. Yeah, there's just a lot to think about. It's just so good. I need to change out of this glam before I head out. And oh god. So I walk out and other players see this. Please work. Okay, it works. Oh crap, but it's not my paladin glam. Anyway. Remove. Damn it. That... no, we were only given robe, pants, boots. It's a good thing I keep these glamour prisms. Ah, there we go. I have like no words. It's just what an amazing sequence of events. Sorry, I don't think I was able to finish my thought. What I really appreciate is that it's like, I'm not religious now. Like, I'm really not. But in terms of the pragmatic teachings of what can be gleaned from the stories, what you can learn from the teachings, it's there. I truly believe in the fact that, you know, mankind's got to put in the work. You got to accept the suffering. But not accept the suffering as how things should be, but that accept that it is something that you must fight and overcome, and that you can overcome it. Not to give in to despair, basically. And how there's no easy way out. How there's a whole reason why Hydaelyn has been so... what's the word? Vague. She's been so vague about it, whether intentionally or not. Because to give us direct answers, to deliver us from all of this directly, would kind of defeat the entire purpose of proving to ourselves that mankind is capable. It is all the more powerful that we arrive at this answer ourselves. And so, guided gently by Hydaelyn, or our own free will, though we are, I wouldn't say tempered, we are blessed by Hydaelyn. And that's a big difference there compared to being tempered by other primals. And it's just beautiful. At the end of the day, it's all up to us. In fact, in Final Fantasy XIV, the gods are literally dead. Gotta report this back to everyone. Wait. I wonder if Lena's around. Areen. Where would they be staying? Are you gonna try and find him in the whole Crystarium? Oh well. We're back to our timeline. Let's keep the story going. I need to remove my armor. It's a lot to process. Oh, God. It's my Sharlayan glam. Let's go. Gaily Kitten. We've been through so much. We've been to the moon. We've been to the past. We're gonna finish this together. Potatoes! You have a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Yes. Karen, impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Yeah, and the purpose is twofold. Not only to bind Zodiark and to give us time to do so, but 14 worlds. I'm still excited that there may be an opportunity to visit. Well, no, I don't know. We'll see. I really don't know what to expect yet. The story's not over. I thought we were gonna... Well, I did expect... Well, the moon's there. You know, it's gonna turn into our Star Destroyer and we can interstellar travel. I just didn't expect that we would be going to the planet, or we may be going to the planet where the layer of the Metea are. If that is a thing, if that is gonna happen. We can't not confront the Metea, right? As the heavens burn. Though you and Kryl have both news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. Now to... Hopefully the alchemist also found out something about Akasha. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Well... Let me tell you, Kryl. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time in the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alphino have been traveling all over. For all the regions they've visited, Locus Amogus. I always read it as Among Us. Locus Amonas is one of the worst affected. No, that's Mikote land! Tancred, Istinian, and Garaha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast! They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Totaro and I, we've been keeping a close eye in the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshinal to the people of Radzat-Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. Yeah, it is I believe it is Corvos, and then the Garleans were kicked out. They moved to Garlemald, and then they came back, took back Corvos, and turned it into Locus Among Us. I think that's how it went. And then kicked the Mikote out, and then the Mikote came to Eorzea. Man, just a cycle. Are we a thinner ether now in our full form? Or was it just because we were in quote-unquote familiar form in the past that we were able to interact directly with Dynamis? Okay, Mikote came to from Mericidia and came to Eorzea during the Alag Empire. Did they flee Mericidia because the dragons came to Mericidia? Yeah, still less full than an ASEAN. Well, definitely everyone's ether here is definitely a sundered souls thinner, and that's why we're being changed entirely. So there's still a chance. And the very way to fight back this darkness is for everyone to band together, but of course the pessimist in me is saying we can't really trust humanity to act in concert. But maybe one day we will. I mean, people have waited more than 2,000 years for Jesus to return when Jesus said, I'm gonna come back when y'all are ready. Still waiting. Maybe this time we'll be able to band together and be worthy. But I have more of a mind to use the Star Destroyer they're building, and instead of going to the moon, we're gonna be using it to go to the nest of Dark Metea. Mikote lived with dragons without a problem. Right, in Alag, in the Alaganai, Graha, bloodline passed down. Yeah. So, Corvos. But I remember... Oh, okay. Then Graha's tribe was one of the... Graha's tribe remained. I remember that. Yeah, they remained. While the rest of the Mikote... So basically the G tribe stayed. While everyone else fled to Eorzea, I believe. In Mericidia, Tiamat and Bahamut ruled over the place after forcing the local residents to stop fighting. Yeah. Yeah, but not only the Mikote, but man, everyone else. The Garlean Empire. God. And then we get Amon, a shard of Hermes. So where were we? Okay, Vritra has declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. I see. The timeline's kind of fitting in a bit more now. Yeah. And in more recent times, it is now it is currently a colony of the Garlean Empire. I wonder how they're doing. I wonder if they'll show a snippet. They keep mentioning Corvos, so we'll probably get a glimpse of it at some point. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hannish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Istinian, and Garaha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fulchinal. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to take out, oh my god, in Garlemald, after suffering all that, it's gonna be so difficult to prevent anyone from turning there. Yeah, who was surprised? Nobody. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Karen. Please, you must help them. Exclusive emote. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. I'll be sure to let Thancred and Y'shtola know you're back. At least they're still responding to the link bells. It pains me to send you off alone into unknown peril after we've only just returned, but 12 willing, you won't be alone for long. Oh no! It's a Tataru worried face. No! I'll bring everyone back, Tataru. Oh my god, these papotos. I always feel so terrible for Tataru when she makes that face. So sad! I'm gonna bring them all back. Oh, by the way, thank you for the coat. Damn it. Glamour plate restrictions. Well. Damn it. I'm gonna just keep this in my bag. Miracle works. Back to Garlemald. Oof. Well, let's get the mood around camp. Oh, can I also just say, one of the happiest surprises for me was Lucia taking charge. Her time in the spotlight. Oh my god, I loved it so much. Yeah, especially like a former Garlean. Oh no, she is Garlean. What am I talking about? As a Garlean and Nishgardian, it's so amazing. With all the dreadfuls going on, I'm in two minds as to whether we should run while we still can, or stay here and defend the camp. Yep, Livia's sister. Ah, Olivia. My apologies. No. That is for the Aether Current. Flame Captain Halimir, what brings you back to Ilsabad? I would advise against staying here over long. The situation is dire indeed. Do you have anything new to say, Rothschilda? Same thing. Even before recent events, conditions here were far from favorable, with survivors still in need of help. We're doing everything in our power to aid them for all the good it's doing. It's not only thieves, same thing. Same thing. Fretting girl. My mother, she... Oh no, side quest. Though we are faced with the threat of the final days, our work here in Garlean must proceed regardless. We cannot allow ourselves or those in our care to succumb to fear, lest we place all we have achieved in jeopardy. For as long as we are able, we will continue with our duties here while maintaining lines of communication with our allies. Zawawa. We all knew the Telephoroi were a threat to mankind, but to the star itself? Clearly, you've underestimated what they were capable of. Karen, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlean are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glakis that the Forum's airship had landed. It is then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart. Upon departing for the Magna Glaki, several cutscenes. Once more, several cutscenes. And then a battle. Things are just escalating. Earlier, on the Magna Glakis.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not the same we fled.
Wait, I remember this guy.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
Well, I mean, at least he wants to keep on living.
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How? Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Bad project management? That's an understatement.
I can handle this pair. You
shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Oh, Justinian Alphino duo. So proud, look at that.
as you wish, my little lord.
Playing as Alphino now? Sage time! I don't know any of these skills!
See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Levelier Drosh? Droshol? Overtime. AoE. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I think I got this. We learn on the fly. Oops. Wrong button.
Those who can stand, come with me.
I did. Well, unfortunately, healing is not gonna heal their spirits. Calm.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
You have a bunch of sedatives, Alphino. I think we could use it right now.
You're safe now.
Our calm emotion spell. Imagine that.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Yeah, when Fortunal started going, we must form a line of defense, I'm just like shaking my head inside. Just, no, not working. You're no Garahatia. Uh-oh. Am I is this supposed to be a heal check or something? I'm gonna die. Wait, I was pressing the wrong button. I was pressing the wrong one. Whoops. Well, that is anticlimactic. I was wondering, why isn't the heal self and ally working? I was mashing 3. When it's supposed to be... 2.
Our commander beats attention. See to the wounded.
That's what I get for not reading the skills first.
Help is at hand. to me.
Okay, now I know my skills.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
It's too late. You got this. Alright, left cheek, right cheek.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Oh man.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Heal us.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlean has her pride!
Okay.
Of that I've no doubt.
They've got this.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
Huh?
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be
Indeed.
devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
You better remind Garaha of that. Okay, Red Mage time. Get... Fortuno just like... Oh, can he... Get the refugee safe, Fortuno. We've lost too many already. Garaha, with me. Vercure, Embolden, Vermilion Pledge. So this is the melee combo. We don't have to worry about white and dark, white and black magic here. This is for melee. Okay. There's no way to break the chain of transformations. I just press one button and things blow up. They did clarify that the final days thing happened after they landed, but still, I thought they were supposed to be masters of, you know, redundancies and preparation. Time stop. They cut corners. Terrible. Unexamined shortcut. Damn. Bad decisions. I keep forgetting I have Embolden. Clockwise, Graha.
Nothing to worry about.
Oh shoot.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Vermilion Pledge. Trigger happy LB. Nice.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
But if it's but stagnant, is there a way to get it flowing again? Or is it simply gone?
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
The entropy of the universe. You guys have been through so
I
much.
remember you. From Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
It cannot catch a break. Matsia, are you still there?
Oh, you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Ow. Hey, just like the trailer. Come on, warrior flight. There. Oh no, it's Graha. Omni class.
Quickly!
I wish we could change job stones in the middle of a fight.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
I see. Gra's a newest edition. They need to stuff in all the hero moments in this expansion.
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion.
Just be inspired by it and fight. You can do
But we
this.
ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Speak of the devil. It's modeling, just sauntering towards them, and Tataru's masterful tailoring. I'm walking like a Vera on a catwalk. I'm back. You done well in my absence. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regiment. Haven't you been listening to Auntie Karen?
I can look after myself, you know.
All the walking animations are slow-mo, I realized. They're so dramatically walking.
Everything's in order, I trust?
We'll talk about it later.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
No! I made Alice sad. I regret choosing that decision.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Twinsies. Oh, never mind. Fine, you can change your jobs though anytime you want. In my RP canon, I'm really Auntie Karen to them. So it's like, oh, you skipped your squats. I trust we'll talk about it after all this.
Just the beginning.
Wing Sting? That's a white mage? That sounds like a reprisal needed. Oh, you're dead. Ah! Next. Oh, the whole family's here. Well... I'm so sorry. My stack stance wasn't on. Shh, they didn't notice. Positionals for you, Estinian. Sorry for moving it. What's this? I trust you. Oh, it's this thing. From Pagaltan. Where's True North? I don't know where True North is. Thunder Call or Reprisal? Oh yeah, good call. Orstinian is deliberately ignoring his positionals just so he can look cool and get the best angle. I don't blame him. Hold up. Gotcha, Alphino. This feels amazing. DPS it. Burn it. There we go. Good job, everyone. It's so great. I think Estinian has positionals. He just chooses not to. And after the fight, he'll just slash lean. And I say, Estinian, you could have gotten more DPS if you did your positionals. He'll just be like, ah. The eyes make up for his lack of positionals. So great to see Euless back in the fight.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
You know, I know Euless will be able to work through his prejudices, but this guy... okay, I can see a crack of it. He's seeing his children, and we'll see. I'm still hoping Fortunal is gonna develop. But yeah, hydrate and
Your offer to host
thanks.
us in Sharlayan is most appreciated, but will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
she's still alive.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon.
I'm just... Wrong, is not warranted. Considerable, even now. Okay.
Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Oh, what am I missing here? After this.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
If it wasn't for Euless, I would have been slaughtered. Wait. Sorry, what did I miss here? So, Potional planned to bring all of them here to use the teleporter to go to the moon. That was botched. And then now he's like, wait. Okay, come with me to Sharlayan, and we'll get on the ship to the moon. Right? That's basically what happened. Okay. Oh no! It's this thing! Chasing everyone! Like the mother and her baby. I hate this thing. Okay, who's this now? Oh god damn it. Okay, let's kill you now. Let's just do it.
Xenos! Here!
Yeah, let's do it. Come on, everyone. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Eulus, come join us. Let's just kill this fucker. Come to join the fun, Xenos.
Why have you come?
Okay, fine. Why have you come, Xenos?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
So do you want to go to the moon and slaughter Medea?
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
They give me a voice when I cannot. Thank you, Alize.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
You know, props to this guy. At least he's freaking honest about what he wants. No surprises here.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
He's jealous.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So I hone my blade, and I wait.
How many times do I have to say no, Xenos? I'm never gonna love you the way you love me. That's so freaking terrible. Just stressing me out. Anyway. He's so jealous. It's like I just feel and no matter what you do, Xenos, you'll always be Xenos. You're never gonna change.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Thank you. See, starting with Lise. Lise starting the very questions of, you did all this just to feel? And now we're just laying it on him. Like come on, like, all you want is a rematch? Everyone is on the same mind. This is all you care about? What the hell? You're persona non grata in the Garlean Empire.
Is in the ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
Yeah, tell him, Eulus.
Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
This is what I really wanted to hear from Lise. And I'm so glad it's coming from Eulus.
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
Oh my god. See, like, Lise basically just said the same thing but charged in and wanted to punch him in the face. But coming from Eulus as well at this moment, god damn. And I think it's just that. He's just made to make us hate him so much. Just all for nothing. In a way, it's quite similar to, well, I mean, the path Fandaniel was on.
You.
It's just so...
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger.
I don't fault them for wanting to charge up to this damn person and...
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
That's true.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Okay, now I see what the writers are doing. This is actually... I think they really had a good... They had a good think about what to do with Xenos. Now, I don't want to preempt it. Like, maybe we could just better to just get through this, but I just have to say, like, I really felt like they just had to figure out what to do with Xenos, because he never had a good reason. And I think they just had to take a risk here and simply just answer, much like there is no answer to like why do people want to live or what is the meaning of life. In this way, it's like, why? Nothing. None of it mattered. They just leaned into that to frustrate us as people, to frustrate them as characters, to frustrate the players and the NPCs. In that regard, you just can't. You just cannot rationalize Xenos. I mean, no, I think the most terrifying thing is you can. It is so straightforward that it's so unbelievable. Like, you're searching for a reason. You're searching for any reason to the madness. All this loss, and it's just... Yes, I would be quote-unquote happier if you had a good reason. But no, at this point, it's just too far gone. It's just, there is no reason. There is no good reason for people dying. And all of this, just, all of the suffering, there is just, sometimes you just can't. So I see what, you know, that's all they can really do with Xenos. He's just the embodiment of that. You know, at this point, posing me this question now, Xenos, no, I wouldn't be happier. I would just be angrier. I would be angrier that you could find a way to justify everything that you've done. Or everything that has happened to Garlemald and the people in Alamigo. So in a way, yeah, it's just like nothing has meaning. There's no point to life. Just let everything be consumed. I guess Fandaniel rubbed off on him. And Fandaniel in turn, Xenos, a bit of him rubbed off on Fandaniel.
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
And I think this is the way the writers are trying to reach out to us at this point. Like, that's why he's like staring at us now, staring at the camera and just telling us, asking us these questions. Because these have been our questions ever since Stormblood. And with the NPC's line of questioning that began with, well, all the victims of war in Alamigo.
If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Well, on my part, I just want to kill him now.
Xenos!
He is the Lycaon. He needs to be reduced.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Was that lighting timed? Can we just reduce him already? He's too dangerous to be left out. He's a Lycaon.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
Yeah, bless Alizé's saying, of course, what I wanted to say, but at the same time, I just wanted to end him. Practically, he's too dangerous to be left out. And I'm not sure if it's intentional, that it's kind of like he's a beast. Much like the Lycaon we interacted with. He needs to be reduced. Was that the term they used when they were terminating subjects? He's not good for this ecosystem. And the world we're trying to build. Or rebuild at this point. Or maybe he truly has no more reason to even fight because he'll never get what he wants. Nothing here on this star will please him. Return to the ether. I don't even want to return him to the ether. Just shelve him somewhere. Put him in a crystal. Anyway, we're ready to depart. The few refugees will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scions' methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlean ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Big oopsie. Well, they couldn't predict the final days to arrive here at this time. Lack of preparation, though.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense because it's like, you know, these things happen wherever the basically the ozone, wherever the ozone layer is thinnest, right? For them to hear the cry of the Medea, it's there just really was no excuse. Sharlayan with a great grand purpose, able to predict all of these things, to watch the currents. They were given enough info to plan an itinerary. Glares at the dad. I didn't notice that. I wouldn't be surprised though. But Estinian as well. Super proud of Alpha. No, it's so great. We couldn't save them all. But if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the first show turned up. Though there'll be time to later to discuss your journey to the first, there is one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Yes! Lena tells you not to overexert yourself. Everyone tells you not to overexert yourself. Lena and Becklug... Lena and Becklug both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments. Identical, in fact. But their advice is truly noted. Yeah. This is the contingent's base of operations, I take it. At the very last, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucy and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It's only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you. All of you. I'm sorry I'm so dangerously close. I didn't mean this. For everything you've done and continue to do so for the sake of my people. Okay. That the final day should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, this is yet reason to be hopeful. To see Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about that. It's good to see you again. We still need to quiz you in your time in the about your time in the First, if we ever get more than a moment's respite. Outside help, Lucy is taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Better be a good one.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
God, yeah.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Slash nod. Exclusive cutscene nod.
We swore to defend Garlean, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Yeah, we need to talk about this. This can't happen again.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
So excited to hear about the Crystarium and the First. Sure, Thancred is as well.
Did you hear something just now?
They have to put that sound effect. That is just so adorable. No! Huh? Pudding way, please. Don't be... No.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Welcome to Aetheris. Someone get pudding away some pudding.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yonjay and his children. Oh my god.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Oh, actually. He's too cool.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor is anyone daring to send word about any changes in the plans.
Sylvanian family. It's Yonjay and his collection of Sylvanian family bunnies. That's a brand, right? It just makes so much sense for Yonjay. From the Fae to the Loporets. Oh, God. Okay, they're still super adorable. I love them so much. Not only because I'm a bunny too. Even if I were not a Vera.
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Yonjay made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
This isn't exactly the best first impression with the Loporets.
And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Or maybe they're just so adorable and perfect and they're so hopeful and things will be okay. Everything will be okay. Hydaelyn shows their forms well.
Not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Yonjay's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance...
And the forum music.
We are at your disposal. We were born for the lives of this star. So naturally, we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
Aww.
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Your contacts on the moon.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
So the left paw is Argos?
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
And finally talk.
'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Aww. Good to haveth you back. May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
You know it.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Right, none of us are in our winter coats. Except for me. Thank you,
I
Tataru.
dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Oh my god, I'm just Pudding! Pudding Wing's dying over there. I'm sorry, I just saw in local chat. A PC slaps Fortunaut. /slap. Oh, it's snowing! It's snowing! Merry Christmas! Oriaja, you're gonna die! It's too cold! I dare say Master Foshinot was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydalin's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Do I have a story to share? Pudding Way! The happiest of endings is when Pudding Way gets their pudding. And I get to share carrots with them. I ended up with an iron carrot and indigestion. Well, now I'm not gonna remove my coat because it's snowing. Where it all began. How are you doing, Worldly Affairs official? Another exodus is upon us already. Why? I still vividly recall the first one. I had just joined Worldly Affairs, and the department was quite busy, and that was merely movement across borders. One can only imagine the chaos that will ensue from an exodus to another star. Triple Triad, yes, they have. No, wait. I remember I had an option to play Triple Triad with someone. No, not yet. Huh. Middle of the map. Yep, not here yet. Okay. Are we gonna play Triple Triad with a Loporet? Let's see. Where was I supposed to go? Baldesian Annex. Oh, I love it, it's snowing. It's a gentle snowfall. Those berries are the most tasty fresh gobby treats. I've never seen them before. They aren't dangerous, are they? Not at all. Very safe. Safe for uplanders to yummy eat. Gobbies never lie. So let us sell our goody goods. Right. People are already arriving with the Exodus. So there's a whole influx of other people now. Maybe Wamim has something to say about it. Ah, you're one of the Scions, yes? I'm still reeling to learn of our imminent exodus into the great expanse, but I'll not ignore the pleas of inquiring minds. You have questions? Same thing. Prior to the great exodus, it was common among Eorzeans. Naming conundrums aside... Ah, this is new. Naming conundrums aside, what concerns us most now is preparing ourselves to leave the star. The Forum has made it clear that the lives we've lived until this point are soon to be uprooted. Wait, that's what the blue carrot does. I just saw that message now. Ah, thank you. Radmid's here. And Yishtola. Not that I'm complaining, Uyongjae, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporets a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Big ones. / converse. Elucidate. then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves the Dana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Hopefully, Hydaelyn will let us know with a tracker. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you meet in the Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? The Venat I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Loporets working with the Sharlayans will build that Star Destroyer in the logo of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvold and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus from observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Right, they were working on that in the Dravanian Forelands. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Thank God. Let's hear what they have to say. Let's work together. Save the star. It's so wholesome, I can't take it. Because, you know, we all have a bit of Hermes inside of us. We, all of us, have Hermes inside of us. You know, in the face of desperation, in the face of meaning and contending with our existence. But no. We will choose to fight against this. In the final days, I'm gonna have a cheeseburger with Garaha when we're done, okay? We're done. Wait, I gotta talk to them first. 'Twas Hydaelyn's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loperites were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm, which could be interpreted in many different ways, actually. As vague as Hydaelyn can be. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. Because fleeing is not possible. Meteon is just gonna cry out again, and whatever planet we flee to, Meteon will be there. So the only way to really stop this is to find Meteon and deliver her onto the ethereal sea. But I do hope the Meteon we got to know, maybe there's a shred of her still there. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives. But it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant, and they fight. Either way, it is our right to choose. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glakis didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the Rostra. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The Rostra reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. Oh no, I forgot about that move. It is Tataru and Alphino on Trial by Combat. I was a scarred Tataru for life. And I was your champion, and I shall be a champion today, Tataru. And always. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hydaelyn using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Fandaniel, and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. It's up to us now. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the ethereal sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Antitower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand? After sending Garaha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Amonis for a time. Being an imperial province, it is already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith that the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end. Oh, well, it's all about as much as we're gonna see of Corvus for now, maybe. Garaha did promise that perhaps one day we will see his homeland together. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral calamity averted. In this timeline, at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetheris now. That's true. Graha did come from the future, while the Crystal Exarch came from the future. And everything just aligning for this moment. You know, very much like Mass Effect, like all these cycles, and it's the one that we will break this cycle. We better make sure that happens. This is the only cycle we have. In the words of Shepard. Oh no, I'm gonna have to replace this gear already. I'm just way too sentimental. But I think it is time to retire our gear. Wait, no, this is still 535. This is 545. It's close enough. I'll wait for the next set of gear. No, if I have to get into a trial with other people, you know, when I have to play with people again, I will have to do my due diligence and gear up for the fight. Can't leave other players hanging. Well, the day is clear once more. Oh, there we go. What am I doing? Menus. Okay. This is the rostra where the forum convenes. What, do you wish for a tour? Then enter and speak with one in charge of such things. My. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. A sign of the 7th dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds a rational discourse and the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden, and yet, sometimes words can be more painful than a knife to the heart. We will make war with words then. I suggest you make your way inside. The forum takes a dim view of lateness. Chamberleo. You're with the Scions, yes? There is nothing more than I can tell you of the great Exodus save for what you heard at the forum's proclamation. Pray, be on your way. Right, Chamberleo. Leo. This reminds me of the council chamber in Star Wars. Oh, that's the destination. Okay. It is very reminiscent of it. Huh. Where am I going? Alright, that's to Labyrinthos. Welcome to the Hall of Artifice. Should you be looking to descend into Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there. Your entrance papers appear to be in order. You wish to descend into Labyrinthos, madame. I thought we were banned from the place. Well, to the right, not to the first floor. I was thinking there were plenty of odd orders of late, but hearing the forum's proclamation, it all makes sense now. They're preparing for this great exodus. This game makes me happy. Number 3. The Forum. In order to accommodate the 99 members of the Forum, the seating in their assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Viewed from above, one is reminded of the symbol emblazoned upon the Sharlayan flag, the nautilus shell that keeps the water of knowledge. So much for having no armaments. Should I attend the council in this outfit? Oh, this is healing lamb. Can't wear that. Just coming like a boss. Fine. This one's adaptable. Okay. Okay, it's wholesome music. The time when we will finally see eye to eye. Speak face to face. Save the star together.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
Avino's grown up so much.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Trust in them completely.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Looking good, Scions.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the people of Radz-at-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
Sharlayan first. Ensure hospital environs for those who come after.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Rabzat Khan was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
God, that's
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside,
flashbacks to Hermes in the Lycaones.
are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips.
I see.
Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions.
How?
If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
Hunt down Metian.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Enter Garlean Ironworks and Sid Garland. I haven't seen the guy in forever. This is the time.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote.
Yeah, I mean, the world's ending. It's vote
Favor
already.
of agreeing to the Scions' terms?
Sid Garland, Dynamis. If that's how Metian is able to travel, using Dynamis, we'll see. If you are going to contact Sid and Garlean Ironworks after this, full faith in them.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Their tune is definitely changed.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Wow. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon. Oh my god, that really did... I thought it was a joke that he had like a doctorate in stealth or something, but what? So it's because of his affinity in espionage. What? Okay, fair. It's like having, different schools. Tangrid's varsity, alright? He's part of the varsity team of spies. Oh my god, okay. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken out loud. Of late, I have seen no signs of the Loperids. Oh no! This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. No, you're worried about your babies. I too am worried. I actually thought the Loperids would appear, but fine, this is a closed session with the Scions. Perhaps if Midgard Soma was still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. I was thinking of dragons too. We need to harness dragons and their interstellar travel capabilities. Like how? Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon, but from your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vinat knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the contemplation of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. It's all according to plan. And faith in humanity. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Antitower. Still can't get over the Antitower, understandably. Though I expect that in time, they'll share that too with us. And with Master Matoya, if they have any sense. I feel so bad for Master Matoya. Whew. I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. I am only now realizing the severe lack of Sid and Nero and Garlean Ironworks. Can't wait to meet them again. If we are actually gonna tap into them. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to prove it, though. So Alphino really did... It was really shot in the dark. And to say it with so much confidence. We'll solve your ether burner problem. And Monteshane just pointing it out. The problem you just found out mere moments ago. Amazing. As father seems so eager to help, maybe we can have him educate us about the ether burner. Going underground, Fortunate's ability to obtain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Hey, what outfit is this? No! No! Coat of the Lost Thief? Huh. False nails. Oh, the Valentine's Day one. Valention Rose Heels. Interesting. But this one is the Coat of the Lost Thief. Do I have that? I do not. Oh, the chest is from Arboretum and Pharaoh Sirius, Heavensborn Legends. I see. Ooh, hey. Ah, these people can fly. Axian cat. I'll purchase you after a few more hunts. Do they intend to carry everything in the Archeon to the moon? They said they'd started... Did they intend to carry everything in the Archeon to the moon? They said they'd started loading scientific records and biological samples. But do they really need all of it? It seems so long ago we first set foot here. It does. Some would surely object to the Forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of the mill, to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. Among the many and varied documentation sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loporets did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is. Or go outside. Or go outside if that's what you prefer. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophiline take you to the medial circuit. He's not happy. You reported us. In accordance with Exodus protocols, access to the Archeon and its related services has been suspended indefinitely. Your cooperation and understanding is appreciated. Ophiline. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes. Itinergan. I'm well aware there are more important things to research right now, but I feel it is paramount. It is paramount I carry on as normal. Norbert. I've sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Ha! Can we just jump down? Oh. No, we can't. Ah, that way. Well, we're here already. Let's get the Aether Current. There you are. Nice view. Even more to the west, that way. Hey, it's a Reaper. What in the world? Ah! Okay. To the west. Ah, down there, I guess. Why do I get the feeling this is not the way I should be going? Do we have to go into this? The 30th, right. Underground. Wait. What? Oh. Here. There we go. Ooh, never been here before. Things have certainly taken a turn for the chaotic, haven't they? Not that it affects my work, really. For until Labyrinthos has seen its purpose fulfilled, we must keep it running. I've got no idea how Gleaner's supposed to make ends meet with a world in a state like this. I've business at Aporia, if you wouldn't mind letting me through. Why, certainly, provided you have the requisite documents. Not to presume over much, but you've the air of an outsider about you. If you're indeed new to the area, then I would be more than happy to answer any burning questions you might have. Ah, Guide of the Zone. What do you do here? I am a Skyweaver. Now, I know what you're thinking. Surely you mean Sky Watcher. Rest assured, I did not misspeak. As you may have guessed, I do not watch the sky, but weave it. We in Labyrinthos are not subject to the natural world tempestuous vagaries. Instead, we are subject to mine. So, should you like to keep things sunny, do not cross me. Whoa. What kind of place is this? Here we have Logisticon Alpha, a facility designed for the explicit purpose of controlling both air currents and the environment's moisture content, thus allowing us to manipulate the weather itself. By releasing vapor from our underground waterways, we're able to form all manner of cloud, including those capable of producing precipitation. Air currents, meanwhile, are caused by a large fan-like device located at the top of the facility. The specimens and materials located in Labyrinthos are of paramount importance, and it is critical we maintain an environment that supports their survival and longevity. Furthermore, this structure serves as the gateway into the central circuit, where our most highly classified research is conducted. Access to said area is restricted to those who have obtained express permission from the forum. Thank you for that, Jenny Eldon. So many people here. After all that waiting, the Gleaner delivered a counterfeit. I'm hoping to have them refund me and find the genuine article, while I worry that time is fast running out. Not yet, I'm afraid. How unfortunate. I'll check back later then. Hilfa Dalfa. My colleague was meant to help me transport some equipment, but he's still nowhere to be seen. Honestly, is he going to make me wait until the world ends? Literally? Oh no, and I worry about your friend. I was asked to adjust the temperature here. Apparently, it's fine to do stuffy. I concur. You might want to do something about the humidity too while you're at it. The lift will escort passengers to the central circuit, only those permitted access via the forum. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Fortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. No, I was thinking about Ferndale. The further we go, the more surprises we find. I wonder what this place is actually for. We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Sharlayan's greatest secrets are held. If the tomes I perused told the whole story. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables, other than carrots, being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to mine eye. Right, you've been up there for a while, Oryange. Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. Oh, there you are. Having words with Master Fulshinaut by any chance? Did I talk to... Right. We ought to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground from underground and disperses vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Very much like the past we saw with the Scions. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperids in recreating similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that allow us to settle on distant stars. Thanks for that, player dialogues. And welcome back, Frosty Rune. Thank you for lurking last night. We're back at it again. Late night stream, or I would say early mornings, 3 a.m. where I'm from. Still got some energy left within me. Cutting it off in a few more hours, but I think I'm making okay progress. Just taking my time, enjoying the story. Still not over all the moments. You know, all those amazing moments are still running through my head. It's so hard for me to focus on the now because I'm so excited about what happened and what's going to happen. I just gotta remember, focus on the now. Master Lurker, I appreciate it. And the cats do deserve a pet. They've been bearing with this for several days now. Understandable. Just a sec, let me go ahead and fetch one of the cats. My own Gaily kitten. Oh man. Maya again at my mercy. Pretty much. Once more, this is Maya, making an extra long pet. I'm just like petting with my chin now. I think Maya's annoyed. Wait, no, that's Ark. I can't put you on top of that book. You're free. Oh, you can't even see Maya anymore. Oh no, wait, Maya got onto the keyboard. Nah. This was a nice break. Aw, say hello to the cats for me. Do they have a preference in their music? I'm sure they appreciate it. Alright. I think there's an extra long petting session. Much appreciated. The cats appreciate that. And may your cats enjoy the food. And take care out in the rain. What was Fortune not saying? Right. And we're going into this territory. It's a testing ground for the technologies that allow us to settle on distant stars. That does sound relaxing for the cats. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable... Wait, what? Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon... Is it habitable? Inhabitable. That is not a final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none. To thrive where all is barren. Holy crap, they're researching terraforming technology. Typo or Freudian slip from Fortuno. Alas, time is not on our side. I arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out. The construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Do we really not have that ready emote outside of cutscenes? By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. What's this? Oh, it's the Sharlayan student outfit. I do like it, actually. And I guess the color depends on what school you're from. The temperate environment here is not unlike the Bestway Burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. Again, I have no idea what makes Alphino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume. A not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. The both of you will not be able to handle your money in the gold saucer. You're one to talk, Estinian. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to my own research, but I'll refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. Are you still researching on a way to teleport to the first? To get back to Runar? The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes. Artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. Please tell me we're almost there. Or is there another underground level we have to reach? The evermost central circuit, perhaps? This is it. The central circuit. Oh, look. This one's also talking to all the NPCs before actually talking to the quest objective. And she's dressed up. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Hydaelyn. Provided we somehow manage to succeed where Sharlayan's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. The sooner we can get a look at this aether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. Call Sid. Call Nero now. The aether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Aether current's close enough. Maybe we could also get this aetherite? Or is it blocked off? It's blocked off. Wait, no, it's not. Southwest. There you are. $305 to the southwest. Kokol's Forge. No. If you do that, there's a chance the mechanism won't function at all. We'd best rethink the design from scratch. Are my eyes to be believed? Karen Halimir here in the flesh. Why, I've read all about you in the memoirs of Count Edmond de Foretoken, but never did I dream this day would come. Someone pinch me! Oh my god. You've read the memo. He's published his book. I didn't know they made copies already and started to give them out. Wow. That's good to know. A nice reminder, actually. Intruding, I guess. No dialogue. Oh, what are these? Minerals. Ramaka Fumamaka. Just checking to make sure everything is of an acceptable quality. I make a point of rejecting anything that doesn't meet my standards on the spot. As you should. He looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. Why? Huh? This hornbill? Oh, I keep getting fooled by the shoe bill. I keep thinking it's following us around, but it's... Once more, it is someone's minion. This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him. He hasn't even realized we're here. Or perhaps he has realized, but just doesn't care. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the most secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. I was expecting the Sky Steel manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Loperids, given their familiarity with such technologies. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. Is he talking to himself? Where is... Oh, Alphino. You were hidden in this PC. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Down there, lost me eyebrows.
Lala with a
Think,
mustache.
Uncle, think. We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse.
He has a mullet.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Ooh. I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Sounds absolutely safe.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
That's a lot.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
This man, this Lala,
Consulted with the Loperids.
so frustrated.
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You trying to drive me mad?
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
Oh. Your Star Destroyer is being called a teeny tiny toy boat. The Loporits coined it. I love them. They're fine. You can call it a teeny tiny boat. Anyone else can't. Allow the Loporits to say it. Allegan refined adamantite. Okay.
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded.
We're gonna have to go back to Az's Law.
As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamit's construction and launch.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
They acknowledge the fact that we did the Coils raids. You want me to go and fetch the what's-its? The White Raven's ghost haunts me. This sounds like a job for someone else. No. No. Oh, I guess... Let's add to a reminiscence. The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me.
Heavens, are you alright? You look pale as a... Well... Let's put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
Thank you.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Press enter and chat into the link shell.
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Call Sid.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Or I guess the Ilsabard contingent.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Ah, those allies. They can delve into it themselves. True.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Worth it.
Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. So I could hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
So we're gonna be tossing sacred relics into the furnace.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer.
It's like a group chat.
I'll be an old Sharlayan before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Man, how far we've come. Maybe 2 expansions ago we'll be delving into it ourselves. I will say again, still a very suspicious lack of Sid and Nero. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways, it is even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse this call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Heck yeah. The Bahamut is long gone. The internment hulks are far from safe. It could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mericidian dragons, nor is there any danger they'll... Oh, it could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mericidian dragons, nor is there any danger the Elder Primal might be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there's still a fair few Allagan creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friend's way. I only hope that grandfather watches over them. And this is the payoff of doing that entire raid arc. We made it so much safer for them. Imagine them having to contend with Bahamut on top of everything else. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the 7th Umbral Calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louisoix watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. First at Telophoroi, and now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilsapot contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. But it was one of the most important moments of his life, Estinian, and you taught him that. I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Time and time again, it seems that Allagan something or other are either the cause of or the solution to our problems. To think the self-same materials that once lodged Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. Everyone? Is that talk to everyone? Yep. Right. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? Giggle. That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must.
This is the same voice of Nanamo, right? It's been a while since I heard her.
Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
It's slightly, yeah, I feel it's a bit off.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way.
Peppa Pig. Oh no.
Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
He's gonna go in the market and start collecting like limited edition Allagan statues.
The final days descend upon circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught.
This was my starting city.
And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
She's on her own now. Yeah. I mean, like, Rauban and Alamigo now. And in the Black Shroud. It's the Coils music as well.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
Too many healers in the queue. Just put on some lost actions and become all glare mages.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Oh, but thankfully, here comes the
In that
DPS.
case, might I suggest taking us along?
Fists of Ralgar. In a way.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Aw, it's Manago. Actually, yeah, and yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that. Going back to what is the war that is called? Or the poisoning of the king? Yeah, once enemies, now allies once more. The Autumn War. So glad I got to play through the Bard quest, because it was the Bard quest, I think, that also dealt with the Autumn War and revealed more about it. We even had the journal of one of the descendants, or at least the journal of Freya. The journal of the it's all coming back to me. Basically, one of the descendants was with us, part of the Bard quest. I really enjoy that line, actually, learning more about it. So this means even more. It's great.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
God, did we reveal the truth of what happened? I don't remember. Because we had the option, right?
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, in Kurthus. Run, Emanelaine! Run! Oh yeah, I don't know if that's a llama. That is Emanelaine.
There you are.
Oh no, and the whole
We've no
chiffon's
time to
grave.
waste, brother. Everyone has already.
Of course. Remember. It's a weak run.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Who's coming to help? Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Ring Hand's Eastern Bow.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
So shady. Heck yeah, the Kojin.
Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Wasn't he training with the auspices? Oh, there. What? That is such a tease. Would that have changed if we didn't do that raid line? Sorry, those trials? The Bahamut is long gone. The internment hulks are far from safe. Oh, already talked. No job too small. Alphino is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else you might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough! That to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allagan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. Is he to know more than the average scholar? Ha! If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Garaha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement. But I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. There should also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Yeah. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Sharlayan Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. So exciting. I'll admit, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the ether burner performing any better. If you lot don't come up with the goods, we're buggered. I shall endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. This is me regretting not getting the Aether right. 105 bombs to the west. Oh, the auspices. We already saved the world with the auspices. If they join our fight as well, oh boy. It's gonna be so awesome. Yep. Well, I am curious. What is this? Ah. Burning fuels, I guess. You call these documents research? Not even wiping the privy. They're not even worth wiping the privy floor with. Oh dear. Sorry to intrude. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Sharlayan society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Sharlayan Hamlet. I wonder how the Namazu are up to now. What the Namazu are up to now. What a quaint little sentiment this is. A shame it is hidden underground. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as wave a sheaf of documents at me, and I'll put my lance through it. As surprised I was to learn the Forum planned to send everyone to the moon. I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive me? In the shadow of yon corner. One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. What? What did you see, Oyanje? I'm curious. Just a chocobo keep. A Loperate? From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Skolak Monteshane mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetherite once the work is done. Scions ho! Oh my god, I don't have space anymore for quests. For Aether Current. A veterinarian in Sharlayan Hamlet is wrangling with a beast of a problem. I guess I'll accept this and leave one quest open. Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? I like your glam. You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course. But when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So, I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that'll be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you will be rewarded for your efforts. Hey, that's my hairstyle! When I was human. I pray that troll can get a hold of himself and return here in one piece. Let's hope the food I gave you does the trick, and that none of those pesky Analas attempt to undermine our efforts. What is this, a Fallout Boy song? Are we able to get an emote like this? Either with the Ascians with the floating book reading, or here, sitting and reading. I want this emote. Oh, that's a PC. I've not heard a thing about when the blasted research is due. You? Good luck with your deadline. You can do that? What? Is that a mod? Actually, yeah. Much like those. Anaija. Careful walking through this area, outsider. The Scateen are ever watchful of the goings on here. One wrong move and could mean your eyes. Haha, I jest. Oh dear, did you believe me? Yes? Oh, hey. Ah yes, I remember you. You're with the students of Baldesion, are you not? How can I help you? What do you do here? Who, me? Why, I'm a researcher at Aporia. The hamlet is where I hang my hat, so to speak. It has been my home since I joined in the construction of the Ark many moons ago. I've only seen the true sun a handful of times in the past few years, if you can believe that. Ouch. This is Sharlayan Hamlet, home to those who work in the Central Circuit. A great many of us, if not all of us, are engaged in projects of a highly classified nature. In order to maintain that level of secrecy, none here are allowed to leave Labyrinthos unless you've permission to do so. It has been goodness knows how many years since I last left myself. Considering the importance of my work, however, I'm perfectly content right where I am. Just between the two of us, though, I do miss the ocean. Just a little. There. Master Fulgenall is the head of Aporia, and it is for his beliefs I continue to labor so. Why did the Chocobo cross the road? Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Cuckolds managed to squeeze out of the Ether Burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the Exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. If the Aether Burner isn't up to snuff, we'll have to begin the Exodus sooner than planned so we can make as many trips as possible. Might fail to beat the projected targets too. If so, we'll be faced with some hard choices about what to leave behind, and who. This emote! One must always be learning, even during periods of rest. I want it. Oh, hello? Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out, it's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My Ark goes out to Master Fortune and all the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time for sleep? It's a race against time to prepare for the Great Exodus, but with everyone in such a rush, we're bound to make mistakes. I almost forgot. We haven't checked around here. Boltsan. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as a new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why? I would much prefer something small and fluffy. Like that behatted rabbit that ran by. At least she's gonna love them. Come to think of it, rabbits don't normally wear hats, do they? Or run on their back paws. Huh. Perhaps it was an escaped sample. I mean, it could be. What? Oh, it's a mammoth. Mammoths, unlike those made of flesh and blood, can actually keep secrets, which is why we employ them here. But can't mammoths be hacked? Loperets! Oyanje, your children. Hum hum hum. What? I can't believe they used like the same humming noise. What joy to sample the delights of Aetheris. Cooking way. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since a fascinating discussion at the Caratorium. It's all thanks to Uyonje, you see. He's taught me the finer points of cooking, which despite my name I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard to pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. No cooking way, no! Uyonje, tell him. Growing way. Crikey! I wasn't expecting to see you here, Karen. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. I'm sorry for beating you up. And for having those other lopers attack you. Terrible misunderstanding that. Not to worry though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered, they bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little, on account of the savagery. But time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. It would appear the Loperites have infiltrated Sharlayan's most heavily guarded facility. How? I know not. What, were they not allowed? Fancy meeting you here, Karen. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. Oh my god, these Loperites. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Uyonje and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. I'm so worried right now. Wise guides. Try as he might, Uyonje cannot free himself of the Loperites. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt the artificial environment and Bestways Burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loperites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing, rather than broadening, their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. Are you gonna have me lead them around? What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to Karen. No, Uyonje! Look, I'm not... Oh, okay. I'm just gonna make a really quick detour. We can come back here. We're attuned to it. Apparently, I'm gonna do a quick wave. Welcome a new sprout in. I don't see the sprout. Ah. Beginning their journey. What adventures they will have, this sprout. Okay, okay. I keep forgetting my emotes. Cat break. That's it as well. Quick break. We're gonna show the Loperits around in a bit. Oh my god. Guys, get a room. Just making sure this sprout is good for Lamia. Now, you better take care of Lamia here. Or maybe it's Lamia will be taking care of you. No funny business, you hear? Now, I need to get back. I have something to attend to. Which ones were so sad? Cat hair everywhere. I really love the Vera emotes. Bye-bye. Jeez, I can do that too. And with that, goodbye. Forgot to feed the chocobos. Are this the chocobo stable? The Loperit's technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. We should be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Sharlayan... what's it? My word! What magnificent architecture! Such immaculate curvature! I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I have the master's degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way specialities, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I am sure will be most informative. This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was the word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me. Pudding Way, our newly appointed chief of pudding research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Oyonje's delights, has gone in search of Aetherius' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? Oh my god, did they lose him? Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? Splendid, the perfect spot from which to view this astonishing apparatus. Here? Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Show the Loperits the important features of this apparatus, or at least the features that seem important. Observe the mushroom-like thing. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral sheet mechanism inside it too. Observe the tanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Whoa. Wow. Mushroom. Like, wow, so observant these Loperits. Look at that. Aha! I see you. How did you... You spot an ambystoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wilder world. Somehow. Whee! Wow. Where's the mushroom like thing? This is so embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Loporits. Mushroom. That looks like a mushroom. This thing. Oh, there. It is super big. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. I'm impressed. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loperists, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Thavnair sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis, and areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Kirabania. Well, I'm more familiar with Thanalan, so... So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure that necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. Few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporits will share this appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Sharlayan Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking about the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would happen. What would have become of us? Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth. Loporits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. /me. More valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, growing way, to the water extraction, what's it? Oh god. Oh my god. Well, guess he's dead. I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties we're not nearly as delicious as we might appear. Burning a Nala. Ah. I say, that fiend had a mind to feast on roasted loperet. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say. But I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. It's really not waking up. Oh well. Oh. This is the side quest. Shouldn't be using that. Grr. Ripe fruit. No troll can resist a fruit this ripe. In more than one way, according to your olfactory senses. Wah! Uh-oh. Take care, Epsilon. Made it. No Loperets missing. That was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait. How exactly were we planning to head back later? You've done well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I couldn't help noticing a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. Let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift stop. Pray, follow me. You'll need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. Let me know if you're headed that way. That was terrifying. But at least the scenery was more pleasant than what's named Garlemald. As a first impression of Aetheris, it is far from favorable. Anyway, onwards and upwards. Quite literally, as is the case here. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely. Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it. Why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. They grow food here, Cooking Way. We'll show them to you soon. On this occasion, 'twould behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or other useful documentation should the Loperets request them. As the Forum's esteemed guests, 'tis unlikely that they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as I the changeable dispositions of Sharlayan bureaucrats. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So, this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way? Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. I should like to study this primitive yet nevertheless intriguing contraption a while longer, if I may. That the Sharlayans were able to build something of this complexity with their limited knowledge and resources is most impressive. Agriculture shock. Cooking Way is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least, a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort a visiting Culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Uyongje was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions could not compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. It would appear I have inadvertently taken upon myself the more demanding duty, entertaining 3 inquisitive loperates to thy 1. Yet be that as it may, it will be my pleasure to impart what little knowledge I possess to our would-be saviors. Speak with Cooking Way. Stray garlic. Cooking Way, it's dangerous. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? Cooking Way is now accompanying you. Let us go. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out again, Lichcast. See you around. Well, later, it's my usual stream time, 3 p.m. for Wildermyth. But after that, after dinner, then I'll be right back playing Final Fantasy XIV. Man, feels like... I don't want it to end yet, but I really feel like it's coming to a head. I mean, the music hasn't even changed yet. I don't know if this is a bug, or if we are really ramping up to a huge moment. But good night. I suppose if they did put me in a pie, I could just eat my way out. Wait, they get quite hot inside, don't they? On second thought, let's stick to the plan for now. Yes, let's. I love this. Bunny, bunny, cat. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you. The one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. Up there. First in the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become a new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? I have an enormous list of seeds, saplings, and whatnot to take to the central circuit. But I suppose that means anything not on the list is to be left behind. What a waste. So Yonjay informs me the key to exquisite cuisine lies in selecting only the very best ingredients. The Forum has commanded us to leave this place. As you can imagine, now is not the time for me to be answering idle questions, but if you insist. For now, at least, I'm the second most important person in the facility. Now, you made me think I've shirked my duties. Same thing. Oh. The mean grapes. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within it is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Hold on now. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Meh. Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoid eyeballs. No. Grapes are awesome, especially with cheese. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. As Yonjay informs me, the key to exquisite cuisine... same thing. Apples! Oh, orange. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first? The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Imagine letting these bunnies try wine. I worry for them. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oyonge about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is... bitter. That is all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Run, bunny, run! Our gods seem unfazed by the chaos occurring around us. If only we too could live our lives as peacefully as pumpkins. Let us have the bunny try pumpkin. That color, that texture, Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hot and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Okay, I don't like eating pumpkins like straight, but I love pumpkin soup. Or mixed, pumpkins mixed with other foods. I'm fine with that. But cooking way, my man, it seems you have found your preference against pumpkins. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see those are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Well, even if it's cooked, I don't really like eating them alone. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we might safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sample. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Which yellow fruit? What are these? Lemons? What a wonderful fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. I'm a terrible guide. My tongue! Is this poison? Oh no, cooking way. Oh no. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Oh no, cooking way. Good grief. I fear that lemon has irrevocably ruined my sense of taste. I had a bad feeling about that. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. I love lemonade, cooking way. First time, was it? I hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth. In more ways than one. So, I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss for me to spend this opportunity to... Oof. Bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. Oh, is he gonna... The verdict, cooking way? This is delicious. I swear to God, if anything harms these loporits. Although I still detect a hint of lemon. It complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydarin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet, civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eosian, but what in the Seven Hills are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Theris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Oyonge and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? So wholesome. So, he's one of the Forum's lunar collaborators. Not quite what I was expecting, but he seems a decent sort. I'm glad he enjoyed the lemon muffin too. Hopefully the next time he has one, he won't be compelled to wax poetic about the meaning of life in the immaculate carrot again. I mean, it's like that Ratatouille moment, right? Sometimes food can lead to the biggest revelation. The food can lead to the revelation of your life. I hope they don't mind me bringing this motorcycle indoors. Are you all done inspecting? Oh, there you are. Oh, have the others finished talking about rain-making whatsits yet? Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Oriente was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it'll be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Oh god. Let's prevent the final days so we're not stuck on the ship for 5,000 years. My Cooking Way's broad grin. I assume your excursion was a roaring success. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Well, I can bring you to the Last Stand, Cooking Way. Ooh. Well, the Far East has oodles of noodles. I do love the food of the Far East, but Limsa Lominsa is home to the Culinarians Guild. And many less than savory establishments, a lot of hole in the walls, and a very colorful experience, Cooking Way. I'll take you around Limsa Lominsa one of these days. What did I have the time to visit? The more I learn of the theorists, the more I wish we could spare it in the final days. The more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Muffins. I wonder if this is how Pudding Fouet felt the first time Oyonje made pudding. Though I'm not sure that actually was pudding, come to think of it. Something about it seemed a bit off. Oyonje, he just conjured a glamour. I think a fake pudding. It's his fault Pudding Way's on this quest now. Not to rub it in. Oh. Same dialogue. Same dialogue. And the same. Sage Council. Oriange appears to be tallying the Loperites in preparation for an imminent departure. Karen, I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did. Oriange earns internet cookies today. Karen, I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Sharlayan Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loperate there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Oh. Don't worry. Once we avert the final days, the Loperites will be welcome to Aetheris. We'll have a food trip, a banquet, a veritable buffet. I didn't notice how adorable this thing was. It's so adorable. Grr. Ooh, I'm not afraid of you. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe. Perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah yes, your reward. Here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Thank you. Let the good times stroll. Why did I not ask Jebke how to make carrot muffins? Or carrot cake? I love carrot cake. We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. He's gonna be obsessed about that for a while. That was ever so delightful. And with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environs for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking in fur. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? You said it. You said the words, Living Way. The Loporits want for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. They're really like children. Orianche, you got your hands full. Why are you sad, Growing Way? Yes, Karen. That was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. Oh no. No. Growing Way tried his best to build a forest for us. And I didn't have the heart to tell him, Growing Way, this is not good. And now him coming here, seeing what the Sharlayans have built. I'm pretty sure he's really disappointed in himself. But you can do this, Growing Way. You've learned, and now you know what a forest is like. What a stroll through the garden is like. It is. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, in a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. But yes, the Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, in a place of utmost tranquility. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With the star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise. to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred! You've been listening in this whole time, haven't you? How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. Oh. Where's Thancred? There's Thancred. You'd best go with him. I don't think Uyongjay misjudged him, but Growing Way does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any Loperids in tears. Oh my god. I will try my best. Ahem. A little privacy, please. There. Hey, we talked to this guy earlier. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? Burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I literally chose their form perfectly. I'm an engineer, you see. You know what they say of the ship? That is the sum of decades of Sharlayan ingenuity. That it's built with peerless Allagan technology is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-bearing vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening. But it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too. And look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised the means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha! Gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see? The same rules apply. And if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos, rather than separate places. Gravity. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of the Theris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear of it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Karen, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. I do. I see a quest marker above them, I go to them. Pray, seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporit. / me. Oh, I do look forward to that. I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporit, and every Loporit in their place. Thank heavens I ask you. Yes, precisely. However, it would also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure. The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many in Sharlayan hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray, bring them hither. Time for some bunny therapy. It's just amazing that I'm like a Vera shepherding these people to other rabbits. You look like you need help. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. All we can do is keep at it. The end of the world is nigh if the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Dear gods. You need to sleep. Even I'm losing it. I'm gonna be sleeping soon. In real life, that is. Irascible administrator. Yeah, you. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loperites. Did I drop it on the path? Did I leave it at home? Why in the 7 blasted hells can I never find things when I need them? Goodbye. I can't stop now. I've got my second wind. Oh, my second wind. Okay. Did I talk to her again? I already did, right? Yeah, all we can do is keep at it. Distracted researcher. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground. 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out. Add to the mound. 55 bunches of weeds in the... excuse me. I am not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. But then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk. And then I noticed these weeds and... Pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Run! Find the Loperites! Harry, the Etherologist. Blasted assistants! Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I've not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... The Loperites are willing to help. Well, why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. I at least know about the Loperites. Even the Loperites have their limits. Occupied, Administrator. How might I help you? What a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense. So I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Amazing. When plucked early, this particular cultivar's leaves are redolent with a scent that clears the mind and soothes the soul. Precisely what my hard-working colleagues need. But look at that face! Just 100 cups of tea. I can pluck tea leaves all day. Dear God. Wait, I need to take a screenshot of I took a screenshot of it. I mean, you coop up these researchers have been underground for years. They haven't seen the actual sun in years. really think this music is bugged. Calm, researcher. Worries? Worries? No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. The researcher already has the support she needs. It's a stressful time, of course, but having colleagues I can count on makes all the difference. Have you heard anything of what's in the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars and gods know what, made by gods know who. Well, you can talk to the Luperids yourself. They're right here. I can direct you to them if you wish. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like my questions. I hope they like questions. I hope so too. This place is huge and we have to find 8 of them? Is the view from here not simply breathtaking? If I did not know it to be a glamour, I would swear the sky was real. Unconcerned Gleaner. Apologies, but I am waiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. It seems this Gleamer is too busy to chat, for his benefit or otherwise. If it's urgent, you'd at best ask a different Gleaner. Where else do I check? Anxious Engineer. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities in the ship, of course. I'd assign them with the assistance of our sages and Cheirusians, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that? Tired, Gleaner. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been unloading cargo for belts now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. This Gleamer seems fine if in need of a break. Ah, sitting. From the mightiest emperor to the lowliest peasant, who doesn't enjoy a good sit? Grimacing naturalist. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Well then, talk to the Loperids. Including the Loperids in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that'd be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the Aether Burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But There's simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. See ya, Magpie. Have fun. Or have a good night. I'm just gonna search for these Sharlayans, conclude this quest line, and turn in myself. Because we still have a regular scheduled stream later. A familiar. Well. I have to find 2 more here. Just making sure everything's running as it should be. Things could fall apart very quickly if I don't keep a close eye on the equipment. Can you tell me where 2 other associates need help? This is a massive search area. Elemental reactor operator. Already talked to them. Aha. Responded, engineer. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Damn, he's the pilot. You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Run! God, you're the pilot. Oh my god, where's this last one? Oh. Oh, it's a FC, never mind. Oh my god. They really hit these researchers. Oh my god, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? You could use a support, Bunny. Not me, Loberets. Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. That's all of them. Dear gods. The density, however, it's fine to admit you're scared, you know? Oh, support bunnies. In the long run, however, most of you won't die. When you put it that way. The estimate seems accurate to me. Will so much dust not cause respiratory problems? Throwing away has been a godsend. I can look upon what we've built with clarity now. Karen, he said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was all worth it after all, wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made. Because now, we can tell them what not to do. Stay strong, Growing Way. Behold, Karen. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Loperites as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I pray that Living Way's joy to see so many hearted souls when she doth return. A beautiful sight. I miss the FF4 music.
So much in forever.
Wait till they see Argos.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Sleeping Way is the pilot? Oh god.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
Well, I don't know how Yonji does it.
After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge.
Oh, Yonji's amazing.
When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder's parents?
Oh there.
Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
God.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Vilfson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Living way.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world and its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
100%.
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
So far, they did the entirety of all. Well, so far, that scene. For some reason, one of the scenes that hit me the hardest. Wow. So we just sneaks up on you on that. How you're so caught up in work with the Orianger, you just realize, or you remember, oh yeah, Orianger never got to speak to Moonbreeder's parents ever since the beginning of the expansion. Perfect timing. What an amazing scene. Wow. So I guess we're gonna wrap up this quest. I'm gonna call it a night. That's an amazing note to end on. We spent so long gazing at the star, wondering and hoping. But to be here now, to walk among the people, to be a part of their lives and know that we've made a difference. It's so much more than I ever dreamed. I assure you that my fellow Loperites are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. Goodness me, I never felt there was too little... Goodness me, I never felt like there was too little time before. There's so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I was so busy asking questions about Aetheris that I never thought to ask more about Oyonge. I'd like to, but where would I begin? Remind me to invite Oyonge for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. Long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbreeder. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Oyonge is too, I'm sure. And I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? The classical Rokugan language isn't so different from Eosian. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my Moonbreeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Now to the moon we go. What a beautiful coincidence. Unless they intended for Moonbreeder to really be like related to the moon. What is it now? Move along. We're already in the mood. Alright. Time to conclude this quest. Oh, Karen. Be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too. After so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. And well, over the week, we shall continue with Hither and Yarns. The pall of anxiety over Sharlayan Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loperids. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check in Alizé. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Pray assist Mistress Alizé. She hath taken up too great a burden, like us not. Livingway and I shall attend to matters here. And on a lovely note, this is where we pause for the moment. That was entirely unexpected. But such a beautiful, beautiful way to give closure to Munbrida. And Orianche and everything is just absolutely beautiful. I have no words. We'll pick this up over the week, everyone. Thanks for joining me. And if you're going to be watching this in a VOD, well, here I am. Here we are. If you enjoy this content and wish to keep track of what's going on with Tabletop Cinema, please consider liking and following us on Twitter and Instagram. If you wish to become a part of the discussion and a part of this community, please consider joining our Discord, which is open 24/7. The link to the Discord is there in the About panels on Twitch. Everything you need to know about the channel is there in the About panels. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been our first playthrough of the Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker main scenario quest. We're back to our regular scheduled programming later at 3 p.m. GMT +8 to conclude our playthrough of Wildermyth, assuming we're able to beat the last few chapters of the last campaign. Then we'll be taking a break for dinner, and then I will be picking up the MSQ once more of Final Fantasy XIV. I'll be streaming this as long as I'm playing it, everything to be recorded for posterity. What a beautiful expansion this is. It's a shame all my friends ended up falling asleep already. But if you are watching this after the fact, I'm glad to have been able to share this moment, perhaps not at the same time, but at least within the same week. So thank you for being on this journey with me. Welcome to the table, everyone. Have a good one.